Estonia to Tallinn to Tondiraba Ice Rink, where the ISU Figure Skating Junior World Championships 2026 will take place today and tomorrow. Tallinnasse on siis kogunenud võistlema üle 190 noor sportlase kokku 43 erinevast riigist, ehk siis väga palju noori andekaid talente on siia kohale tulnud, keda kõiki saame siis oma silmaga näha ja neile kenasti kaasa elada. Seega nad väga-väga ootavad teie ja meie kõigi poolehoidu, nii et saate üheskoos siis lipud heisata ja siis täiest kõrist neile kaasa elada. Ja muideks siin iluuisutamise maailmameistrivõistluste jooksul on olnud esindatud ka mitmed meie enda kodumaised noortalendid nii naiste ja meeste üksiksõituses kui ka jäätantsus. So more than 190 figure skaters from 43 countries are expected to compete in Tallinn, and I think this is just a wonderful opportunity to see the young talents with your own eyes. Aga peagi on meil siis oodata meeste sõitu, meeste üksiksõitu ja me saamegi teada, et kes siis meestest saab selle juunioride maailmameistri tiitli peagi endale. Aga vaatame igaks juhuks üle ka veel ajakava, et mida meil siin täna veel oodata on, et tegelikult päeval juba meil hakkas selline energia sisse tulema kohe ägedalt tantsimisest, ehk siis nägime jäätantsu, rütmitantsu ja nüüd tõepoolest siis juba 18.15 on meeste vabakava algamas. So we can look at today's schedule. We already had ice dance, rhythm dance in the daytime, and now after 10 minutes we will see men free skating. Ja meil on tegelikult tore võistluspäev ka homme ees ootamas, ehk siis 11.30 jäätantsu vabatants ja naiste vabakava 15.30 algusega, ehk siis tasub kindlasti ka homme veel kohale tulla, et oma lemmikutele kaasa elada. And we also have competitions tomorrow on Saturday. We have ice dance, free dance and women free skating. Aga nüüd vaatame üle ühe toreda video, mis siis räägib meile toredatest highlightsidest, ehk siis eredamatest hetkedest, mis meil siin võistluste jooksul on olnud. And now we will see and watch a short video about the highlights. ja nüüd olen mina püüdnud kinni meie tulevased talendid, kes siis juba tegelikult saavad siin jää peal ka natukene olla, täpsemalt siis meie lilleneiukesed. Ma kohe küsiksingi teie käest, et mis on kõige vahvam asi lilleneiuks olemise juures?
Mulle meeldib minna jääle.
Sa ise siis tegeled ka ju iluuisutamisega ja siis kohe see jää on selline hea kodune tuttav koht juba ja siis saadki lihtsalt katsetada seal jää peal olemist.
Jaa, täpselt.
Mis sina arvad sellest?
Jää on lõbus.
Ma arvan, muidu me ei lähekski sinna jääle. Eks ikka selle pärast minnaksegi, et ongi lõbus. Mis mõtted meil seal pool on?
Jääl on ka lõbus ja mulle meeldib minna jääle. Mulle meeldib mänguasju korjata ja jälle on ka lõbus. Seal jääl on päris tore käia.
Aga mis on võib-olla kõige toredam asi, mida te olete sealt jää pealt üles korjanud?
Mingi mänguasja.
On mõni kindel loom näiteks olnud, ma mingit hüljes siin näiteks nägin enne?
No, ükskord ma võtsin ühe delfiini ja mulle see väga meeldis.
No vot, kas sina oled ka midagi ägedat leidnud jää pealt?
Jängu.
Jängud lähevad alati peale. Kas teie olete ka leidnud midagi?
Ja jänes. Ma ei tea, eriti ei ole. Ma olen ka jänese leidnud.
Aga kas muidu teil tuleb vahepeal närv ka sisse, kui te jää peale lähete või siis absoluutselt mitte te ootate seda hetke kõige rohkem?
No mõnikord ma kardan minna jääle. Nagu ma lihtsalt olen nii külm ja ma kardan minna jääle millegi pärast. Aga tavaliselt mul on täiesti okei minna jääle.
Eks vahepeal ikka hirm poeb ju naha vahele, aga hirmud ongi ületamiseks ja sa oled siiani väga hästi hakkama saanud, nii et ma arvan, jätka samas vaimus. Kuidas sinul on?
Hästi.
Hästi, et meeldib jää peale minna, kartust ei ole?
Ei.
Väga hea, väga hea. Kuidas teil on seal?
Ma natukene kardan, kui ma lähen viistlusele, no lihtsalt ma ei karda. Kui ma lähen jää peale, siis ma kardan, aga kui ma hakkan sõitma kaua, siis on juba palju parem. Mulle väga meeldib jääl käia ja...
Welcome to Tallinn, Estonia for the World Junior Figure Skating Championships 2026. This, the 50th time that the International Skating Union has held this amazing event. We find ourselves on day 3 of competition as you see sights of a beautiful city with an amazing old town, which is a UNESCO heritage site. But now we find ourselves inside the Tondiraba Ice Hall, a venue that was built in 2014 with a capacity of 7,700 and a location which has held 7 International Skating Union Championship events. So many wonderful skating has been seen in this very arena, and now we find ourselves looking ahead to the conclusion of the men's event where medals will be decided. Yesterday we saw the pairs event in which Canada was victorious with both first and second going to the North American country. But as we look ahead to the conclusion of the men's event, we have to assume that it will be an increased success for Japanese or Korean skaters, with Ryo Nakata leading the field of above Minkyu So. These two gentlemen continue to dominate the junior men's event. There we see other skaters, Kirill Potapenko and his coach from Australia. Many of the skaters unfortunately did not get to compete in this, the free skating portion of the competition. Only the top 24 after 43 took part 2 days ago. I'm Mark Enretti, joined by Ted Barton, and we are...
Just barely, though.
Just barely, just barely. And we look forward to seeing what will unfold over the course of the next few hours when a Junior World Championship title will be either taken, retaken or regained based on the results of the short program and what we expect will happen.
And of course the skating that we saw in the short program just yesterday, I think it was yesterday, wasn't it?
2 days ago.
Or 2 days ago, pardon me, was really brilliant. The depth is amazing. It used to be a number of years ago that the women were consistently the strongest and the men were very strong, but inconsistent in competition. Not so anymore.
Yeah.
Producing, now I should touch wood, make sure, but we wish everybody the best of luck. But they've really, brought their A game on international competition and more depth throughout all the events, all the categories.
So true, and of course the field was led by not just Ryo Nakata skating well again and showcasing his brilliance, but creating a new junior world record. So in both juniors and seniors, we continue to be inspired by new heights and new achievements, which motivates all at the top and those on screen now who find themselves between 19th and 24th place after.
But they're thrilled that they're in the final here. Try to finish the season, because this will be season ending for most of these skaters as they get prepared for next year with new choreography. And the choreographers around the world are going to have a very busy schedule.
Yes, I'm sure everybody vying for slotting in with the choreographers because the window of time with which to choreograph is imminent. And perhaps some of these juniors who do not intend to compete at the Senior World Championships will be eager to make sure that their work and material is complete before then the seniors snare up the time of the choreographers.
Exactly.
And for many of the junior men, we wonder whether or not they will be fixated on the acquisition of quadruple jumps in the off-season. We will see quadruple jumps now allowed. We did not see that allowed in the short program, but that's certainly something that is possible now in the free skate.
As we take a look at the warm-up group for number one and the standings as well as their scores out of the short program. You know what has been very apparent for us throughout the Junior Grand Prix, but particularly here at the Junior Worlds, is the camaraderie in which all the competitors in all the categories are sharing. They share the tension, they share the fear, they share the celebration.
Yeah. But
most importantly, they share their friendships as they meet people from around the world, and in some cases, lifelong friends.
Yeah, and certainly that is the case in many, even skaters that are returning back to the junior ranks. We've got the likes of Jacob Sanchez, who finds himself in 5th place after the short program. He, like some others, competing on the senior ranks at other internationals, coming back to juniors and relishing the chance to reunite with the friends that have been formed, or friendships that have been formed.
Yeah.
And we'll see in and around the venue more in the stands watching and supporting, because as I mentioned, of course, there will be 19 other skaters that didn't make the cut for this, the free skate, who hopefully are now avidly learning and studying to see what perhaps they can learn from these skaters that did have the success.
Yeah, and as much sort of sour it might be to sit in the stands and want to be on the ice, it's also a huge fuel for next season.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's really challenging, and from our line of sight, from where we are, we can see some of the audience members, and I can see Andre Zapata from Spain. He's certainly in situ. We saw Julio Potapenko as well from Australia, so I'm sure as the evening progresses, we'll see more and more of those that are here to learn. But also, too, for those that are listening and watching, hopefully opportunity to really learn and amass a greater understanding of what is necessary, both for the young novice skaters and maybe even the recreational adult skaters too.
So let's talk a little bit about what people can expect to see here in the free program. As we just try to bring up a schedule here. Where are we? Right there. And so what you're going to have, starting in order here, you're going to have a skater performing 11 elements. And 7 of those, I believe, are jumping passes. And 3 spins.
Yep.
Yeah. And the choreo sequence, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. So unlike the short program where the skaters have a leveled element, a step sequence, in the free skates we'll get the chance to see a choreo sequence, and that's defined by seeing 2 skating movements. And actually, a choreo sequence, when done incredibly well, has a value of potentially about a triple flip. So some perhaps overlook that element, but when done incredibly well, it has huge, huge potential to amass more points.
Yeah, and the choreo sequence with the choreo steps, and now they've got a nice dance choreo lifts, choreo spirals, those are to encourage the creativity, if you will, but not necessarily on a degree of difficulty. They're evaluated through the quality of the execution, but for the creativity as well and the innovation. And that's something that has been spoken about, perhaps being added in to the other disciplines, singles and double pairs.
Yeah, and as we look at Thailand's representative hero, Keitathip, it's important to acknowledge that yesterday, or perhaps 2 days ago, we discussed and touched upon the work done by the International Skating Union and the technical committees, their job to dictate really what the skaters use in their material, and they're very mindful of the desire to give the skaters criteria that satisfies both their wishes but also that of the people that watch the sport. And there are many that relish the chance to see a choreo sequence whereby skaters have a little bit more opportunity to be, as we say, creative.
Yeah, it would be interesting to ask the fans that are listening to this. You can send your information to Mark or myself on Instagram, but do you feel that there's an equalization, that is a fair balance between the technical part of our sport and the creative and artistic part of this sport as well? So it's it's debated around and around for years, right? And people think they have the proper balance here, but interested in your input. Would you like to see more jumping passes? Probably not. Or more time to be able to create a story.
And just for context, in regards to, we referenced the jumps and the technical score, and then you'll hear us talking a lot about program components as we see the German ice dancers here to support Leon Roykov, the first competitor from the same nation. Last year, Ryo Nakata, when he won this title, the majority of his scores came from the technical element score. He had 85 points in that category of the portion of the competition, and then he had 77 points from the components, whereas Min-Kyu So, who won the title the year before, he had slightly more strength in the program component score. So they're meant to have some sort of equality. The challenge for the International Skating Union is that as the skaters continue to push the technical boundaries, then that carries greater weight, and I'm sure there are many that still wish to see.
I think for myself, when you look at this sport, we know it is creative in nature as well and innovative. We have music, of course, we have emotion, plus we've got the sport aspect of it. I think it's a good balance. It's never a perfect balance because everybody's going to have a little bit of a different opinion. But we've seen performances that bring tears to our eyes, not because they landed the quad, but because they moved us. They touched our heart. And then we've seen performances that put everybody on their feet because technically it was extraordinary. Ilya Malinin, of course, is a good example. So maybe we have the right balance. It changes from competition to competition. It changes from athlete to athlete.
Certainly,
but both at least exist.
The challenge I think many debate is the fact that program component score skaters can't qualify for major championships unless they have a certain level of technical element score proficiency.
Yeah,
and
but this is a sport first. Otherwise, it's entertainment only. Yeah. So it is a sport first. If there's anything that needs to be weighted to justify the sport category, if you will, it would be that.
I still think the likes of Jari Kester and Josefin Taljegard, who haven't made the cut for Worlds, would be a great addition to that sporting.
I didn't say there shouldn't be perhaps another category.
Ah,
I didn't say there shouldn't be something to accommodate that, right? But don't destroy the rest of it, right? So you maybe add to a different issue. Our first competitor, as we get started here. Representing Germany, Leon is 17 years old. Leon Roykov, born in Berlin. He had 11th place finish in Varese in week 3 in the Junior Grand Prix. From Germany, 17-year-old Leon Roitkoff. Really good jump technique, very strong. Maybe fatigued a little bit partway through the program.
Yeah, but as you say, wonderful jump technique to the delight of his friends, the ice dancers, yes. And the goal for Leon was definitely to qualify this season to compete in the Junior World Championships, benefiting from Genrik Gartung last year, who was 7th. What Leon will now hope is that Genrik will go back into the top 10 so that he can potentially participate again. But certainly, Leon has represented himself and the newly acquired triple axel very well.
Extremely well. He came off the ice with a big smile on his face as we take a look at the triple axel. Look at how tight the arms are against the chest to facilitate faster rotation. A little bit too far forward on the landing, slowed that momentum down. But the triple Lutz, great flow on that landing edge, up into the triple toe loop, and he has to fight hang on to that.
But certainly, from a technique perspective, takeoff quality excellent, landing quality potentially excellent, but just not managing to sustain
possibly
the landing.
Excellent.
Yeah,
exactly.
The technique is there.
Another learned skill as we take a look at the triple flip, straight in the air, a little bit forward, but manages to roll back on that blade to carry it backwards up into the double axel. And we're not sure if he did another one there, but here's the triple Salchow. And that did not work as well. Did not lift up, not all the way around, and couldn't get the free leg.
And unfortunately then incurs the repeat on the triple Salchow because he had done one earlier, and thus if you do the jump again, it has to be in a combination. So situation that was not helpful for Kaori Sakamoto en route to trying to win an Olympic title a couple of weeks ago, but not quite as costly for Leon Roitkoff, who's just embracing the experience of being a Junior World
You can see the smile and the joy on his face, and he said, I like this so much, I want to be back. And I want to be in the final group.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at his scores for the free program. It's 108.46 for Leon. Of course, he is the first skater out in this event. And his total competition score, 169.14. That is the season's best for his total score. And that's a great way to finish the season. It's great to see the satisfaction in the kiss and cry.
Absolutely love it. Absolutely.
Our next skater represents Sweden, 18-year-old Elvin Samuelsson. He competed in 2 Junior Grand Prix events this past season with a 11th and 13th place finish. This is his first trip to the Junior Worlds.
And Albin will skate to the track Fields of Energy by Per Andersson. Sweden's Albin Samuelsson completes a somewhat challenging free skate, and as he showcased within that a variety of success and disappointment with the jumping passes, the quality of takeoffs good, some of the quality of landings also good, but perhaps a skater that had devoted a lot of their focus on the short program to make this final round the free skate, because that looked like it was a little bit of a struggle.
I would be so interested to know whether for each athlete how many run-throughs a day or a week they do, so you can compare those run-throughs from one. Now it's not exact, but you can compare those run-throughs from one country who's really successful to other countries. You know, the conditioning is one thing, they're strong. Now they're growing as well, different ages. We see a fall there, and this young man is good takeoff technique, very nice in the air, good flow in that landing. That was awesome. Up into the triple toe, wow, awesome. Little weak in the body, upper body not strong in the checkout. But I got a little tired. a little bit later in the program.
Yeah, and here we see the change of edge, one of the features potentially on that sit forward position. But there were some wonderful aspects. I love the 1 foot axle, some of the good choreographic stuff. Choreography listed is done by Elisabetta Kopaccia and Anna Rechno, who was a former polo skater with huge jumps.
Huge jumps.
But for Albin, his coach Gertz had explained that the objective of getting to this Junior World Championships was huge in his development. Then making top 24 brilliant too. This skate won't be one that he'll want to relive or rewatch, but he's making his strides forward as he heads towards senior competition. He could do one more year of juniors, but certainly on his way to senior level events.
Just exhaling there, going, okay, phew, that is over. And sort of assessing it, running through that.
And even actually having a day's break in between a short program and a free skate, that is another factor that's a competitive experience that is not often something you can
practice. Yeah, exactly. You can't practice the competitive environment. You have to experience it, and that's where you'll learn. And you'll learn from mistakes. And that's what we see in these juniors throughout their career. And then they put it together over a period of time, either late in juniors or in seniors, just part of the process.
Yep.
Some faster than others, that's fair.
And hopefully we'll see Albin Samuelsson getting that skates off and sitting in the stands, studying and observing and amassing more knowledge to help him power through with better quality.
You really do learn from others, and you know that's where a training environment, if you're inspired by others that are better than you, it's a good thing to do, right? But not all skaters have that. So they have to study either video, streaming, or hear.
That's why it's so valuable for Coach Gertz to have his student here in this environment, so it cements everything he's telling him.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at the scores. 97.77 at a second, and he is the second skater out in the free program with a total competition score of 158.70 as he'll close out his season right here in Tallinn. Now to reflect on the journey this year and restart a new one for next season as we get ready for our next competitor representing China, Qian Zhao, 18 years old.
And Qian finds himself in 22nd place after the short program. He struggled with the triple axel 2 days ago. That will be the first element for the skater as he skates to the popular track Exogenesis Symphony by Muse. Jihan Zhao representing China, and another skater with some good quality jump technique, but equally another skater that had varying success throughout that Muse performance.
Yeah, you know, you can tell for the skaters, and we talked about this a little earlier in the short program, is that these athletes have to choose, the coaches have to choose, where are we going to put our emphasis? Learning on the technical elements, or the emphasis on the innovation and the connection to the music and emotion and all of that. And clearly with the skaters, we need to get the technical. That's where we know we get the points on. So he was up and down the ice. He was precise, a bit careful as he approached the jumps, but his good jump technique, pretty quick in the air. And that part is developing extremely well. The rest of it, he clearly had said, listen, I'm going to have music playing here. I'm not necessarily going to pay a lot of attention to it. I don't say that as a criticism. It's part of the strategy of developing young juniors.
So true. And he's got Tammy Gamble here as coach, and Jean-Luc Baker and Yura Min listed as choreographers. He's got wonderful influences that we know can create great choreography and transitions, but just division of time.
And there was a big cheer on that triple axel for sure. It's a big element to learn and get comfortable with. Look at that triple Lutz all the way around. Flow between the two up into the triple toe loop. So the technique is really good. He's got it. He wants to be consistent with it as he does the double instead of the triple. You know, it's just the rest of it. And that is just an analysis. It's not a criticism.
No, of course. And also it's important for us to note, particularly for any of you that are watching that haven't completed a junior free skate, the physicality of the program requires an element of conservation from the transitions, because the skaters know tangibly what the value is of the jumps. Transitional content doesn't have the same kind of mental validity for the skater, because they know they've got to do elements like this. The triple loop and the double axel and the sequence of a second double axel requires so much physicality that's what often prevents them from committing to the transitional content.
You know, when we talk about strategy, it's not the strategy at the moment. It's the strategy of the coaches and the athletes as they lead up to an event like this. Where are we going to spend our energy? Where are we going to spend our focus? And what is it else we need to fix as we move forward? Let's take a look at the scores. 120.28. First in the free program with a total competition score of 181.83. And he takes over the lead early on in the competition. Our next skater represents Georgia, 18-year-old Konstantin Supatashvili.
And Konstantin benefiting from a fairly clean skate in the short program 2 days ago, performing his free skate to the soundtrack from The Last Airbender. Georgia's Konstantin Supatashvili. And again, interesting to see the different analysis and plan for the athlete. Konstantin did have a triple axel on his planned program content, elected not to do that, endeavoring to skate cleaner. And that's certainly a cleaner skate than that.
And it did look like he sort of intended the double, but it also looked like he could have just rushed the takeoff, and so he doubled it. You know, it's unsure because he has it listed down, and it's something that he would want to try coming off the ice, sort of reviewing what was in the program. And he did show some really good technique and some other things that were a little bit, you know, and this is, when you talk about the difference between junior and senior jumping, we'll just talk about jumping, lots to do with posture, where they put the arms, how precise and quick they are in the air and on the exit, right? So these athletes are getting the jumps done, but not at the GOE, the high quality, if you will.
And certainly this looking like a little bit of a placeholder, that double axel. And for Konstantin, the spins where he may struggle a little bit, a similar situation to the short program where the levels that he has achieved on his spins lower than that of level 4, which is of course the aspiration here, was hoping for a triple-triple, overcooking and over-rotating, and thus only able to do a single.
Yeah, and a mispick on that takeoff, didn't get a lot of lift, but he, right there you can see, he didn't lift a lot of the triple lutz, ankle kind of collapsed, then he steps up into the double axel, double toe to keep that sequence going.
And this part of the choreographic sequence for Konstantin, showcasing skating movement there, the Ina Bauer, named after very beautiful Ina Bauer skater. Nice finesse there on the closing of the program.
Yeah, it's why I love the juniors, because, you know, we see them early on in the year mark and we see improvements, and we know exactly where they are in this journey. Now, we don't know where they're going to go, because that's going to take the work ethic, it's going to take a little bit of luck, it's going to take a lot of different things, but we can see how they're traveling and improving through growing up and through getting stronger.
And now for Konstantin, this is his 5th Junior World Championship, so now the off-season hopefully will acquire quad style, triple axel consistently, and higher component scores to come.
Well, let's take a look at the scores for the free program. 103.77, that is third in the free skate at the moment, with the total competition score of 165.39. For the moment, he'll take over third place.
And now to the skater Hiro Kaitathip from Thailand, a skater that his program component scores, his strength, struggled in the short program with the major jumping passes, but hoping for more success now as he skates to a beautiful storm. A wonderful reaction to a wonderful skate for Thailand's hero, Ketatip, a skater that first started skating in a mall in Thailand and had to skate in public sessions both in Thailand and Vietnam. A couple of years ago, he moved to Los Angeles, and that's when he said that he started to skate professionally. And you can really see he's a natural talent that's being honed in, as he describes, a more professional environment.
Yeah, and it's really important for the athlete to have their own vision as well, guided by the people that are around. But you can clearly see the type of skater he wants to be, and he's willing to explore.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that, because following the short program, he spoke to Golden Skate and said that he admires Rino Matsuke. And if anybody knows Rino Matsuke, she is just a beautiful, beautiful skater and such a good example for any young athlete to look up to. And you can see that kind of influence stylistically in him, in addition, of course, to the great coaches he has, Amy Evident, Derek Delmore, Ivan Dinev, and Jonathan Kassar. Here's the triple axel.
Look how low he is on that takeoff of that knee and pushes himself up into the air. And is that, yeah, it's good, it's clear.
Yeah, Q mark yesterday, but fully rotated today.
A little bit on a lean on that landing, but he gets the free leg around to pick up into the triple toe loop. He's working really well throughout this program.
Yeah, and the planned program content, you know, the 11 elements, it's not often in the men's event that you would see everything accomplished as was intended. But all the spins, level 4, every jump, fully rotated, so it really could not have been any better. And that's a brilliant place for Hiro to be in, because now that offers him, you know, a real assessment of where he is at to move forward from.
When you're able to deliver all the technical elements that you have planned, then it's only a matter about making them better. But it's a big chore to do it all clean, you know, to get them all done. And then clean, and then well done on top of that. So still work to do, but mission accomplished here.
Yeah, and you know, he's got coaches that have been junior world champions before, coaches that have quad jumped, so he'll be mindful of that as Amy joins him. And obviously has aspirations of greatness ahead, but right now just a chance to celebrate a clean skate.
Yeah, that's great.
At his first junior worlds.
His season's best in the free program, 123.94. We'll see how close he gets to that here at the Worlds. 132, there it is, season's best, a new one. 132.45 as Hiro takes the lead. And there's that smile as it begins to grow. And recognizes his achievement. Wow. What a thrill.
Just brilliant. Chance to enjoy the moment now. Work is done.
Our next skater represents Hong Kong. One of the younger competitors at the age of 14, Jiari Lee, has a wonderful, strong back, classic style, combined with some really excellent jump technique.
Yeah, completely agree. Incredible posture showcased by Jiari Lee as he skates To Dream by Dmitry Emelianov.
What a great reaction at the end.
Just brilliant for Jiaru Lee, and there is what I suspect could well be a parent just a few steps away from us who has been applauding furiously every jumping pass that was successfully landed, and it's delightful to see how the skater has impacted the people in the audience.
Well, Mark, 11 elements, and 10 of them were the green boxes,
Yes.
which he was adding points to his base value of those elements. You can see the quality of his posture, his extensions, and the flow on the landings of the jumps.
And it started so well with the triple lutz, triple toe that eluded him in the short program 2 days ago, and that paved the way for more success. And certainly thus far, based on Hiro and now this performance, it feels like there's good energy in this arena that hopefully will pave the way for the next 3 groups to come as Jiaru Lee closes out this first group. There was the lutz toe.
Look at the momentum into and out of, back into the second jump and the flow on the landing. This is the type of quality that the judges are looking for to put a plus GOE score, adding to his base value. Great speed coming into this triple flip. And he has to turn out of that one, but keeps the free leg off the ice, picks to get into at least a double toe.
Yes. And Jiaru Lee does have such cleanliness of movement, good body awareness, moving forward again, as there was the same, we see this amazing Bielman spin position, not as commonly seen in the men's field, that like Hiro before, when the skater is skated as well as this, as we see this fantastic choreo section.
And that might be easy to do in one way, but you're down and having to get back up. You're using energy.
Physically demanding.
Yeah, exactly.
And some could argue unnecessarily physically demanding, but a good choice to push the component scores as we see that jump sequence.
That's great.
But now for Jiaru Lee, because the skater has showcased all the hard work in going clean now, they get the feedback from the judges of what they're almost maxing out at. And now the off-season is the opportunity to increase that new range.
And that's the great thing for these athletes and coaches. They immediately get feedback based on the numbers that have been applied to each one of the elements, and they can just, oh yeah, okay, I was under-rotated there, okay, lost a little bit here. They have more control over their scores.
Autonomy in the hands of the skater.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's take a look at his score. He has a personal best. This is a new season's best, a 125.43. That is second in the free program with a 187.81. That'll put him overall, for the moment at least, in the second place. There's a look at your top 5, the first 5 in this event. Okay. There it is. And Mark, do we have any questions, difficult questions that will stump you?
Only from you, I think, thus far.
Me, exactly.
Yeah, opportunity now to check in and hear any questions that may be coming in from around the skating fandom, just to hear opinions, or indeed, who are you looking forward to seeing? What is your prediction? Will it be a Ryo Nakata title again, or perhaps Minkyu So can retain?
Yeah, and we had a really good time during the dance event because I was asking some questions and we were bringing up some points that people, may not notice, like the size of the blade for ice dancers is smaller, shorter than it is in free skate. You asked the reason why, because it's a little easier to turn. Some little things that we don't think of, that we know, that we don't bring up very often. So if there's something out there that you would like to know, I always wondered, but never got an answer for, you can try us, but we don't guarantee anything.
We'll give you honesty. Whether it's accuracy, not necessarily guaranteed, but honesty we can give.
Yeah.
As we see Matvey Yefimenko from Poland warming up. He had a great short program. Delighted, I'm sure, to have
it
qualified.
was really good.
And actually, it takes me then to, maybe I could question of you, Ted, but we tapered the last warm-up just with the discussion about the parity between the two scores for the skaters. And so often we acknowledge the technical element score because there is that feedback on screen simultaneously almost with what the skaters do technically and what you see feedback from the technical panel and the judges with the green boxes and the red boxes. But almost 50% of the skater's score does come from the judges with the skating skills, the composition and the presentation. And those are less tangible, but there's a lot of criteria which is at my fingertips now that the judges have had to learn off by heart, essentially, with which to input the scores that are so important and so valuable.
Is there a question there?
No, just I think that we don't give them enough airtime. Oh yeah, because I was going to quiz you, wasn't I?
For a question.
Okay, well, do you believe that there should be, currently, in the men's event particularly, in seniors and in juniors, the technical element score does tend to outweigh the program component scores? So when we look at what's happening on the senior stage and also now here in the juniors, the top in the world tend to have a bigger tech score.
I'm going to answer your question, which you barely got around to.
Yeah.
I'm going to answer your question with a question.
Okay.
Do you think this is a sport or an art? What is the priority? We are in what category? We are in a sporting category. We're a sporting organization that competes at the Winter Olympic Games, that competes for a world championship. So we're under the title of sport first, but we have the benefit and the inclusion of art. So
that's interesting, because then I hear your inference as we see Matthias Lindfors, who is the most amazing example of the artistic aspect of the sport.
He's a great athlete as well.
He is a great athlete. I hear you then. The inference is that because it is a sport and we're judging it as a sport, that then the technical element score should prioritize. But because it's a sport, we have rules that reward artistry in a judged manner. That's an interesting assessment of the physicality being the sport, but not the artistry being the sport.
The sport is more objective, and the program components are a little bit more subjective. So
Yes.
the balance is, I kind of think you can adjust it all you want. This system was built for a sliding scale. You can change it every year if you wanted to.
Yeah.
1 year will be emphasized technical. The next year will be emphasized for program components. You can do that in different competitions, no problem. And that's maybe not a bad idea. Let's switch this around a little bit. So we're going to put a series of competitions out there that 5 or 3 of them are going to be emphasized on the art side. That doesn't mean that you don't have the sport. You do have the sport, but
just
there are
factor
more
it
points
differently.
available. Exactly, you factor it differently. So I think that's a possibility. I don't want to lose either one of those things.
And
And I think even for the Olympic Games, it is the Olympic Games. You need to have solidified the sport aspect of it to justify it. So I don't think you can lose one or the other and you equalize it, but you might switch it up here and there.
yeah, and interesting to have been in this venue at the Tallinn Ice Hall and be hearing opinions from coaches. We have in this event Roman Skornikov, the coach of renowned Ilya Malinin. We have the artist Stepan Lombiel, responsible for the likes of Denis Vasiliev, who's renowned as being such a creative skater, and their opinions are very different. And so it's just interesting to see how does the sport move forward with different
I wouldn't
influences.
say very different. I don't think they're very different. I think that Stefan, although he's more creative and artistic, and he was an incredible skater and coach, obviously doesn't want to lose the jumps, but he wants to at least appreciate the other aspects of skating in somewhat of an equal manner. And the question would be, is it in an equal manner? And they need to get a sort of a collective group of coaches to say, hey, listen, let's do a sliding scale here. Let's try this out. All the mechanics to change this to emphasize different aspects is there.
No.
Numbers, it's easy to do. The system is built that way, but no one has done it yet.
I suppose what would be challenging is if any tweaks to the factoring for the second mark were to happen, it just, we have world records in place now with this score, and I suppose any adjustments to that can kind of impact upon
That's a very good point.
our reference for the progression of the sport.
But sometimes you have to give up something
Yeah.
for a year or so to gain something else. So, but all the ingredients are there. This is dramatic, it's powerful. These are incredible people, which we're learning more about. They have great camaraderie with one another, but they're fiercely competitive. They're incredible athletes and wonderful artists. Hey, what's the weakness?
Yeah, that's why it's so fascinating to watch.
Yeah.
But skater on screen there, Matthias Lindfors. I'm tuned in, honed in, and particularly excited about what he will have to offer from a composition perspective. As we see the German ice dancer, they've got a free dance to do tomorrow, 2 of them at least. Don't overexert yourselves.
Enjoying the event for sure. And
oh, there's more. There's the Ukrainian ice dancers,
Yeah,
and there is No Name Face. I remember the handle for No Name Face, the crown maker. The Twitter is her handle. No Name Face is her
really?
online Twitter handle.
Interesting. Good research.
I had a really good chat with her actually in the break.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. All right, let's move on. Group number 2, representing Poland, Matvey Yefimenko, 19 years old. He's Poland's senior silver medalist. He's competed once on the Junior Grand Prix this past season. He had a great chirper.
Yeah, almost positive grade of execution for all the 63 inputs from the judges in the short program. Hoping for the same as he now has 11 elements to come. And this to Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence.
Love the music.
Poland's Matvey Yefimenko, and of course you can see on Matvey's face the frustration with this skate, but what I was so conscious of there for Matvey was the support of this arena. There's not a huge audience, but they are largely comprising of other athletes, and upon the two falls that took him to the halfway point in the program,
they encouraged him.
I hope he really felt what I sensed is the encouragement from others to push through, and that did help.
It's what we heard.
Yeah, for sure.
And you know, it's interesting, the choice of music, we both said off air, we love this music. There's no question of that. And I think that the strategy of the coaches here were, you know, because he's not yet a delicate skater, he's a powerful skater. He said, well, let's give you something a little bit more, you know, classy, better lines and things, and it demanded that from him, and I thought for the most part he had really improved that.
Yes.
Now he took a couple falls. What I really appreciate, second triple left, triple toe loop, later in the program after two falls, he got himself together, and that's not easy.
And that triple lose, triple toe late in the program, that was worth almost 12 points to him, which was like double anything that he'd done earlier on. And we'll thank the crowd in part, and also when you see that painful fall there, the
And that was
resilience
the
of
triple
Matvey.
Lutz earlier on, where that was difficult, but he came back with it, nailed it.
And he had to put it in combination, otherwise the second one wouldn't have been as valuable to him.
So there's some real pluses here. I think it was it's a big lean on that triple flip forward. He takes that second fall, but he comes back later in the program. There's the triple Lutz, get his body aligned up a little bit better, gets the free leg back, up into the triple toe loop, stands right on top of that free leg. Great job to fight back in that program. And I like the fact that they're trying something different with him, soften it up a little bit, and then they'll change it maybe again next year, who knows, but you know.
Well, as he moves towards the senior ranks, Matvey will then benefit potentially from the challenge of skating to a different piece like this, as Mariusz Świdek, former ISU championship medalist, joins him, and Mariusz so wonderfully supportive of his students.
Oh yeah, he's a big dad to them all.
Yeah.
He really is. He's a big, tough, strong guy, but he's a soft bear.
Yeah.
His heart,
He's a good guy.
He wears his heart on his shoulders. Great guy. This has been a good competition for this young man. He had a great short program, and 2 falls here, but fights back. He's really learning how to recover, from issues in the middle, and that's not easy to do. Quite often when you have something happen that's unexpected, you carry that with you and it affects the rest of the program. He stopped that and got back on track.
And can carry that through now as a 19-year-old towards the senior ranks next year, when those experiences will be banked upon.
There were 5 elements under review. I think they have now cleared that up. 2 falls in the program, so 2-point deduction. Take a look at the scores here. 97.09 for Matvey. That's currently 7th in the pre-program with a 159.98. That'll put him, for the moment, into 6th place. Our next skater represents Germany, 18-year-old Genrich Garpun. Now, he is planned to open this program with a quad flip, followed by a quad Lutz triple toe loop. We'll see where that materializes, but that's on big demand.
Yeah, huge points at his disposal potentially. Struggled with the tech score, popping the triple axel on the short program, but potentially able to move back up towards the top 10, which he found himself in last year.
from Germany, Genrikh got to almost 28 points on those first two jumping passes. That was remarkable, Mark.
Yeah, amazing, and akin to what he did a year ago when he finished within the top 7 at that year's Junior World Championships. I had written on my notes that I thought he could be a contender for a medal this year at the 2026 World Junior Figure Skating Championships. He finds himself 18 points adrift of Dea Ebahara, who's currently in 3rd place. It's a lot to ask, but he has at least redeemed himself after the frustration of a short program that had a single axle, which he still had today.
And this might be his personal best. As we see the scores coming in, it's going up and down a little bit here, but that was an outstanding performance. He did have a very good performance, as you mentioned, in Gdansk a little earlier this season. So he's certainly capable. He delivered on probably 90% of that here today.
Yeah, definitely. And that quad lutz and the quad flip of such good quality as Nico Ulianovsky meets him ringside.
It was incredible.
Yeah, quality jumping passes.
You know, it wasn't just a matter of getting around. It had the flow going in, the flow across the ice, the flow on the landing. So this is positive GOE. So he, on the quad flip, the first element, he gets 11 points for the base value. He adds 2.04 for a total of 13.04 points for one element, the first one start. This is...
And effortlessness is criteria, and that flip looked effortless. As we see the Lutz wanted a triple toe, had a triple toe 2 months ago on the back of it, just a double there.
Just a double.
And Genrikh will be kicking himself with this triple axel, which was a single yesterday and a single again today, but nevertheless, still it will be a score worthy of pushing him up. Last year he fell in the second Lutz. This is step out.
You know, in the triple axel, you're coming off of one leg, and if that timing of your arms really don't coordinate with the jump with the left leg, in that case, the timing can be a little bit off. It doesn't lift you as much, or he shoves it, which he did a little bit on the takeoff. But listen, overall, really strong.
And as we said in the short program 2 days ago, whilst Nico celebrates as joining the German team leader, this is a young man who has had an incredibly busy season.
Yes.
And I can't speak for this definitively, Ted. I need to double check, but I'm pretty sure that Genrikh will also be in Prague at the Senior World Championships as well. He's been doubling up, and he's been working hard.
Well, he's young and full of energy, so that is good. Let's take a look at the scores. 146.01, that is first in the free program with a total competition score of 209.68 as he takes the lead. Great job. And if it's true, if he does go to Prague, he has another shot. Our next skater represents Finland, 18-year-old Matthias Lindfors. This is a very special, creative.
Just wonderful. One of the skaters that I look forward to watching most of all. And we have heard abundantly Hans Zimmer, the Dune soundtrack, but Matthias Lindfors and his team really excel in encapsulating the energy appropriate to this music as he assumes a unique start position. Finland's Mattias Lindfors, such a creative skater. I was such an advocate for particularly his short program 2 days ago, and if I was a judge, composition of his short program would have been on the podium in that component score from the judges. I think today with the free skate, more elements and more mistakes, it dilutes the impact that he has, but undoubtedly, as Venla Sinisalo, the Finnish representative in the women's event, cheers him on, a skater that I get very excited about watching in the future.
One of the interesting things is if you think about the energy output that he has with that choreography versus the energy output of a skater who's just doing the technical elements. Now, I know there's no score for that necessarily, that's for sure, but the fact is, that is a far more demanding program. It's why we see probably more little mistakes, turn out, step out to the jumps, right? But the physical demand of just this position here, let alone others throughout the program, there's the double axel. He doesn't have the triple axel, he doesn't have the quad yet, but it was a beautiful opening triple axel Euler, triple sow, double axel Euler, double Salchow. But the details, we don't see that here yet. Hand movements, isolated arm movements, those types of things which are far more demanding.
Yeah, and unfortunate that then you see the little step outs of the jumping passes, which does have an impact on the second mark too. But with time, I sincerely hope Mattias will continue to deliver and keep pushing creatively, because hopefully with more repetition, we'll just see him continue to create like that.
He's an artist. He's not going to stop doing what he wants to do, which is create and feel.
But I suppose for Mattias now, especially on the back of what I discussed about some other artists that we've seen that have failed to qualify for the Senior World Championships, we now really have to hope that Mattias and his wonderful coach, Melina Meyer-Virtanen, can add the triple axel, can add quadruple jumps, so that what he does bring, like this brilliant finish, the difficult entry out of the flying camel combo spin, can be seen on the world stage, because he will need those higher value tech scores.
And look how exhausted he was at the end of that program, not because he's out of shape, because that program is so physically demanding in every way. Well, the free program score for Mattias Lindfors from Finland, 126.20. That is the season's best. That is third in the free program with a 192.90 total competition score. That will put him for the moment at least into third place. Wonderful skater. Always enjoy watching him and looking for the day that he puts it all together with the difficult elements, cleanly jump, and then his incredible innovations. Our next skater represents Israel, 17-year-old Nikita Shaiko, with a 7th and 8th place finish in the Junior Grand Prix event this season.
And Nikita has reworked his free skate as a new costume as he prepares to skate to the very special music from Les Miserables.
There's a grief that can't be spoken. There's a pain goes on and on. Empty chairs and empty tables. Now my friends are dead and gone. Here they talked of revolution. Here it was in the flame. Here they sang about tomorrow, and tomorrow never came. From the table in the corner, they could see a world reborn, and they rose with voices ringing, and I can hear them now, the very words that they had sung became the last communion. Lonely barricade at dawn. Oh, my friends, forgive me that I live and you are gone. There's a grief that can't be spoken. There's a pain goes on and on. Phantom faces at the window, phantom shadows on the floor, empty chairs and empty tables, where my friends will meet no more. Oh, my friends, don't ask me what your sacrifice was for. Empty chairs and empty tables, where my friends will sing.
Nikita Sheko submarring the very strange opening axel attempt that didn't take place. That was a wonderful performance from the 17-year-old.
And it's interesting because he looks like he sort of discovered, yeah, that I'm not going to get that. But he came back down, he did the triple axel after. So, but in all the boxes were green, except for, of course, that first one, which had the X. Doesn't get any value on that. Because once you step on that takeoff edge and you don't do it, it's regarded as an attempt.
And there is his brother, his younger brother, Kirill Sheko, who we've seen on the Junior Grand Prix. Didn't realize he was on camera. We can see him now from our commentary position. They're laughing. And there, mom and dad, the whole family here to support.
Yeah, pretty incredible, special moment for this family.
I wonder now if the parents think, what was that all about at the beginning with that axle?
But you know what? He came back, so strong and gained a lot of points on the quality of the rest of the elements. You can see his emotion and passion and the character of this piece. There's the triple axel that did work and did take off. Nice.
So you just feel could easily have added 8 points to this, whatever the outcome is with the second triple axel. As we look back at the triple lutz double toe.
Phantom shadows on the floor.
He's another skater that brings much more to the ice than just the jumping and spinning. Whether it all connects or not, it all may depend on the day, but you can see he has to bring a passion and part of his soul to his performance.
It's so true. Both the short program and this free skate to Lima's passionate pieces that Nikita appropriately exudes as we see that great transitional content, showcasing that multi-dimensional movement that the judges will reward when it comes to composition. And again, further confirmation as we see some of these slows of the highs and lows used.
I don't know if that's, gee, I'm happy, or gosh, what happened on that?
Yeah. But how nice to see both his mom and dad on this occasion. We normally see
a special moment, and they just live it. But later on in life, they're going to say, wasn't that special?
They were together, united together, experiencing.
Let's take a look at the scores. 131.76. It's a season's best. It is third in the free program with a total competition score of 198.88. Another season's best for that. That'll put him currently overall into second place. Thumbs up, handshakes around, family hug. Come on, let's go. Well, that's not gonna happen. That was great. Our next skater represents Canada, 19-year-old David Bondar. He was 17th last year at these Junior Worlds. In the final 24 here, he'd like to improve on that placement right now.
And David will skate his free skate to music from the Game of Thrones soundtrack. Canada's David Bondar completes his free skate. A skater that found out just after training last Monday that he would be called up to compete at his second Junior World Championships. And David was vocal after the short program, just giving us an insight into what he was assuming the end of his season would be. He'd started to work on more quads, as we see the pairs from Canada supporting him off the ice. Was working quad loop, was working quad salco, was probably thinking more creative combos, and then had to get back into training for stamina run-throughs.
What he presented in this program was really quiet blades. I took my headset off, listening to what you see in the rink and what you hear in the rink, and it was very smooth in his skating skill. He did the 2 triple axels nicely. He was really thrilled with that. So he had some good quality jumps and some weak ones as well. He has some minus GOEs on some of the elements. As we take a look at the beginning of this program, the triple flip, it's all the way around, no problem. His posture, great stretch on the free leg. You want to get that back maybe a little bit straighter. There's the triple axel. Nicely done up into the triple toe loop. Good start.
And interestingly, David did have a quad toe plan. He's got a good quad toe, but elected to tactically go with that flip on this occasion.
And that second triple axel, you can see that fist pump right there as a goal of his to get 2 done nicely. That was a little lower and he has to do a 3 turnout up into a double axel. Swings around a little bit here, but settles himself down up into a second one. Great work just to get through that. Struggled, but he did it.
And I think a good example of mature resilience is we see that difficult blade feature, being able to take the call up and be ready to perform. But also I'm just so interested to see, as we see him working his Hydroglide, to hear the athlete just being so vocal about what they're working on for the future, acknowledging that he's going to add more quadruple jumps to his repertoire for his entry into seniors next year, which is
he could do them. He just hasn't put that in, you know, and it's not on a regular basis. He can do it. Obviously, it takes a period of time. As we take a look, Jeff Buttle, the 2008 world champion, along with his coach, Jeff Buttle's coach, that is, Lee Barkel. What a great team there.
And Lee having a great event, having helped to coach the junior pairs champions that won the junior world title yesterday alongside Kevin Dawes.
3 pretty serious guys there as they wait for the score.
They're color coordinated.
David Bondar. Let's take a look. Free program score 132.97. That is second in the free program. It is a season's best with a total competition score of a season's best 202.06, as that moves David Bondar currently for the moment into second place. Our next competitor represents Ukraine. Yehor Kurtsev, 16 years old. He was 29th last year at these championships. He will open the free program with a quad Tolu.
The 2025 European Youth Olympic champion, Yehor Kurtsev, showcasing a quadruple toe loop that was of the highest quality to open the program, just fatiguing a little towards the end for the 16-year-olds.
Earning 11.5 points off that first element. What a great start if you could keep the rest of the program going like that. But that's the physical challenge. It's so demanding.
But really ticking all of the boxes for criteria of good height, good length, effortless. And I hope we get the chance to look back at that opening element as he approaches Olga Kurovska, his coach.
And just a double Lutz on element number 10.
That was a shame.
It was he just sort of muscled it a little bit fatigued. Let's take a look at this first element here, the quad toe loop, 11.5 points. There it is. Look at the height. He just climbs up into the air. That's a beauty.
Yeah.
She's happy. There you go. Following that up into the triple axel. Sorry, Mark, go ahead.
No, rightful celebration. Triple axel, Euler, triple salto. And then the better of the Lutzes, triple Lutz, in combination with triple toe loop. And that too, valuable to his overall score, 11 points with that. So the first three elements, incredibly helpful to Yehor.
Yeah, and you know, where does he move from here? He's physically strong and can do these quads and triple axles there. Now it's refinement and connection with the music, and this is the next stage process, as well as develop more quads.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Yehor and the team do moving forward. He has to stay in the junior ranks next season as well. So I suspect energetically he's excited and entertained by the concept of more quad jumps, but of course, whether or not he'll be interested in investing in a ballet class to keep that refinement, I don't know, but it would be useful.
With a year to develop himself further, so when he enters seniors, he's not starting at the bottom, maybe up in the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
He's got work to do in the next year. Let's take a look at the score, 138, a new season's best, 138.40. That's second in the free program with a total competition score, 208.45, a season's best, and that will put him into second place. As the gates open and the young skaters rush out onto the ice to fill the holes, we're going to take a short break, or about a 15-minute break during the ice resurfacing. You're watching live coverage of the World Junior Figure Skating Championships from Tallinn, Estonia. This is day number 3. I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Canready. We'll take a short break and we will be back.
We envision the ideal way of living. In housing, designing comfort tailored to your lifestyle. Through medical and welfare, providing safety and peace of mind. With entertainment, delivering culture and sports that move your heart. Wishing everyone a life full of richness and fulfillment. Always by your side, Kenoshi Group. We envision the ideal way of living. In housing, designing comfort tailored to your lifestyle. Through medical and welfare, providing safety and peace of mind. With entertainment, delivering culture and sports that move your heart. Wishing everyone a life full of richness and fulfillment. Always by your side, Kenoshi Group.
I am here now with Mihail Selevko, who is Estonian figure skater. It's really nice to see you here, Mihail. Yeah, and I just wanted to ask that you competed as a junior actually not so long time ago. What is the biggest challenge young skaters face at an event like the Junior World Championships?
Well, I feel like it's handling the pressure of an event as big as World Championships, and I feel like getting on the ice and just trying to enjoy the moment and trust your training, and it's harder than it seems.
Yeah, I believe you. But is there something you wish you had known before you were skating your first big international competitions?
Well, I feel like it's, as athletes, we put a lot of expectations and pressure on ourselves, and it's really important to know that it's okay to just take it as a learning opportunity and to just let go and try yourself at a big competition and see how it goes, and just, yeah, again, trust your training.
But I would say men's skating is evolving really, really fast. And what do you think, what is the biggest change in the sport, in the recent years?
Well, I think that figure skating is moving towards the direction of entertainment, and it's really important to not just nail your jumps and all the elements. It's the quality that matters, and it's the program and the show that you put on. It's getting a lot more recognition, and it's a lot more important nowadays.
Yeah, but when you watch the competitions now, do you watch it as a fan or like an analyst?
A bit of both, I would say. I don't specifically try to focus on hyper-analyzing all the jumps. Is it rotated? Is it unrotated? Is it... I try not to focus on that, but I still look at that, absolutely. And yeah, I feel like I still analyze other skaters and compare myself and try to learn something new.
All right. We will continue with the interview very soon, but I just wanted to say that we will play a Kahoot game really soon. So if you want to participate and if you want to win something, because we have prizes also, then soon you can come back and then we will move on with the Kahoot. But before that, I just have some more questions, like which element are you currently working on the most?
I would say I'm currently trying to have my quad salto more consistent. It's the very first quad I've ever landed, but sadly hasn't been there with me these past few seasons, and hopefully I will get it back.
And if you could say something to younger version of yourself or the younger skaters, what would you say now?
I think I would say try to take it a bit more chill. There's going to be a lot of competitions, and you can just try to get the experience in juniors and then kind of build it up, build that trust, and then you're going to be able to kind of let go a bit more. I feel like it's very important to take every learning opportunity that you can get in juniors so you can thrive in seniors.
Yeah, I agree. But do you have any idea who could win now the men's part?
Well, we're gonna see. I feel like after this year's Olympic Games, I feel like you can never tell who's gonna win, because it's sport, anything can happen. It's figure skating, but I really like the short program of Riga Nakata, and it was just amazing. I just really want to see what he does here in the free skating.
So we will see, and maybe it's going to be a surprise. Yeah, but now we will start with the Kahoot So if you want to participate, so now it will be the time. Ehk siis eesti keeles ka kõik, kes tahavad osaleda Kahooti mängus, siis tulge nüüd ja kohe siia, sellepärast et me kohe alustame. Ehk siis tõepoolest viimased sekundid veel ja siis kohe hakkamegi peale. Ja ma ütlen ka kiirelt selle numbri, millega te saate siis liituda, kui te tahate osaleda Kahootis, lähete Kahooti lehele ja panete sinna mängu numbriks 4, 0, 1, 6, 4, 0, 1. Kordan ühe korra veel. Now in English. So I will say the game's numbers. 4, 0, 1, 6, 4, 0, 1. So that was the last call, and now we'll start. And here comes the first question. What pasta is in the picture? Do you know?
That is a great question. I think it's the farfalle, maybe.
Yeah, you can try. I don't even know. Maybe it's farfalle? Oh yeah, it is farfalle, yeah. So it was the correct answer. And now the next question. How many months have 28 days? Ehk siis mitmes kuus on 28 päeva? What do you think, Mihhail?
That's gotta be one, right?
Maybe. I would say it's a very tricky question.
Oh, okay. I just got. I did it too.
Yeah, I told you it's a tricky one, but all of them. Which chocolate bar is in the picture? Mis maiustus on pildil? What do you think?
That looks like Milky Way.
Milky Way, maybe I would say it's more like a Snickers or maybe Mars. They are very similar. Yeah, Mars.
Yeah.
But we were close. Now, which country's flag is in the picture? Mis riigi lipp on siin pildi peal? See on seal hästi pisikeselt. Maybe this one you know.
I don't even know who that could be.
Yeah. But of course, this is Estonian flag. Welcome to Estonia. And who is Estonian national bird? Do you have idea? Yeah, maybe. But actually, yeah, I would say that this is true.
I'm whispering.
Sweet Basilica, bird swallow. And now we can see the podium. Who won? Oh,
Smile.
Smile won. Varikas. And the first one is Lilian. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, everybody who won, we have prizes for you, so please come to the doors B2 and B3. You will there show your result and there you will get your prize as well. Ehk siis eesti keeles ka kõik, kes võitsid nüüd siin esimese, teise või kolmanda koha, minge uste juurde B2 ja B3, näitate oma tulemust ja saate siis kenasti oma auhinna kätte seal. But thank you, Mihhail, for the interview and for a funny Kahoot game, and I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Option
võib-olla te olete tähele pannud, et lisaks sellele Kiss and Cry alale, kus mina siin hetkel olen, siis meil on tegelikult olemas siin kõrval kohe ka selline liidriala ja liidri kuninglik tool ja või troon lausa pandud valmis, nii et sinna me saame kohe ka praeguse liidri kutsuda. So maybe you have noticed, so of course you have noticed that we have here Kiss and Cry area or a stage, and we also have a special place for a current leader. So let's welcome him here with a big applause.
Welcome back, everyone, to Tallinn, Estonia. The final two groups in the men's free program on day number 3 here at the Junior World Championships. I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanratty. It feels like the afternoon, but it's not. It's 8 o'clock here in Tallinn.
After a marathon day, oh, look at Ian Wheeler playing with the camera.
It's been a fun day. Ice dance to start the day, and of course the men's. This is going to get even more exciting as we move along.
And fascinating to see in these closing seconds how the skaters are preparing themselves. Some of them eyeballing the camera, playing with the lens. Some of them just still walking through jump takeoffs. What we should say is that at this point tomorrow, before the final two groups of the women's event, we will be treated to speaking with the European champion, Nina Petrikina. Nina, the Estonian champion, who hails from this city. She is going to treat us to a little insight into her Olympic preparations this year. So you don't want to miss that.
Did you already ask the question, or we get to ask her question?
She said, well, what will we discuss? And I said, oh, we'll discuss all of your brilliance. So I'll be asking her all about her brilliance this season.
Oh boy, okay. That's it?
Yep.
I think we're going to have to throw a couple more wild cards in there. Just for fun.
And actually, Mihail Selevko and Alexander Selevko, the Estonian brothers who have so brilliantly represented their nation internationally over the past few seasons, they too are in and around the facility, so they maybe need to be careful that we don't catch them for interrogation as well.
Take a look at this group's start order and their scores from the short program. Here we go. Okay, do we have any questions? We don't. I know. Nobody sent questions.
No, I wonder.
I have to come up with them.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, as a choreographer, what do you prefer doing? Do you like to choreograph singles or dance? Have you done pair?
Yeah, I did for the British champions, Anastasia Vipin-Law and Luke Digby. I've done their short and their free in the past.
What is your favorite discipline to choreograph? I'm not saying your favorite discipline because you're going to walk the fence, I get it, but not when it comes to choreograph, what you like.
Wow. I think I can't pick discipline because it's more dependent upon skater. Because you could have a skater from a different discipline that has a real musical sensitivity.
Okay, they're all incredible, and they all have incredible sensitivity.
In that case, okay, then I'm going to deflect again. And I would say, if they're all incredible, then I will pick the skater that picks the best music. Because then that frees me up.
Okay, I know what it is. It's dance. Because if you get two people that can really dance and really skate, you can do a lot more with it. So that's what you should have said.
More limbs to play with. More limbs to play with.
Yeah. What a politician. Yeah.
Okay. As we watched Lucius Kazanecki, if you were to choreograph or coach for any skater in the past history of the sport, this is a question to you, Ted, and then to the audience listening, who would be your skater of choice?
Well, the first one that comes to mind, and it's front of mind, obviously, is Matthias Lindfors, because I wouldn't say, there's many others like this. He has, he's really incredible in the performance and his conviction and commitment and pure passion to connect with the music and the story. So that's already there. It would be not more choreography about that, because he has that in him. It's how he thinks about the jumps they should be part of the choreography. So not a worrisome, not set aside as something I have to do. It's part of your choreography. And if you can change the mindset so those jumps become a choreographic move, how he wants to do it, then perhaps the technical aspect of his program rises, as he's already got an excellent side. That would be not as a choreographer, because, you know, I'm not you, right? My toes are not quite as pointed as yours are. But that would be a person that I would work with, because I understand what the weakness, what the area that he needs to work in, and I think it's more of a mindset than just a capability.
And as we referenced having Choi now on ice now, it's an interesting concept discussing about what you would do with each skater. Now, Havin Choi has an amazing coaching staff and great choreo team, so he certainly doesn't need our influence. But
no.
the challenge for the coaching team, I think, with a skater like this, who's so competent with quad lutz, quad flip, I've seen him do. He has seemingly a penchant for the jumping passes. The challenge for the choreographer is to inspire that athlete to want to pursue the program components more, whereas Ian Wheeler is an athlete who appears to stylistically enjoy aesthetic artistry and movement.
And we've had wonderful skaters in the past that have the technical elements and the wonderful choreography. But there's very few in the world that will almost bring you to tears. Because that's something more than just technical and connection with the music. That's something that's emotional, that veneers the jumps and veneers the choreography. It brings it to a new level. It's emotional.
And I mean, people will be sick of me referencing her, because I continually, whenever I give the opportunity, would say so. But for me, Josefin Taljegard from Sweden is the skater that can do that and move you. And what's always even more particularly impressive, if a skater skates to music that you don't particularly, have an abject adoration for, but they embody the music in such a way that the combination of the music and the skater really stir an emotion inside. And we've spoken a lot about sport, as we see a gorgeous quadruple toe from Jan Hai Lee. Okay, can't speak. The judge's job, when it comes to particularly the presentation, the middle component, is how the skater performs in relation to the music. And it's never, we get often asked about music choice by the athletes and what we think about music choice. It really, for us and as a judge also, it's not the choice of the music, it is how the skater takes that music and embodies it and embraces it. As we see Stefan, how interesting to see the insight there of a coach still recording to give feedback, presumably, to Ian off the ice in between the performance and the warm-up.
For sure, then that's a tool that you would keep even when you go back to the rink. Let's talk a little bit about that warm-up that you had at Junior Worlds. Should whatever go wrong, here's what so those are tools that you want to put in your bag, even if he doesn't show them.
That's a really good point. I'm just thinking of the moment, but that could be utilized for future references. We see some young stars, and certainly there is really a large number of young skaters that we have seen in this facility on the multiple ice surfaces. There's some young talent here.
It's so much fun when we walk downstairs at the skaters' lounge. We have to walk through the restaurant, which overlooks the other rink, which has the club, the skating club here. We see such cute and wonderful skaters on the ice working extremely hard and loving every moment of it. It's really fun to watch.
Yeah, certainly Estonian skating in good hands, and I'm sure what Nina Petrikina, who we will speak to tomorrow, the impact of her success this year as European champion for the second time running, that will have inspired another generation to believe that they too can be successful on the international stage from this nation. Also the fact that this is a country that hosts so many events, that's got to help too.
Well, it's great exposure. I mean, you can see these young people in the audience right now getting motivated and inspired by this generation of juniors. From Taipei, 19-year-old Yu Xiang Li.
The only Olympian of the 190 athletes that is competing at this Junior World Championships. He explained to us after the short program, he's understandably exhausted because of the year that he's had, but riding off a crest of a wonderful wave after an exciting season.
Skating to Eleanor Rigby.
Eleanor Rigby died in the church and was buried along with her name. Nobody came. Father Mackenzie wiping the dirt from his hands as he walks from the grave. No one was saved. All the lonely people.
A nod of acknowledgement from Yu Xiang Li to have skated really well yet again, and it fascinates me, Ted, as we consider Nina Petrokina just 2 spaces along from us, how another Olympian would consider having to come out and compete again in such close proximity to the games. Yu Xiang said that the Olympics felt like a dream. What an amazing experience that was. To have to come back and peak again so soon after that is real testament to the training he's had this year.
Yeah, and the love of the sport. Because if you love to be out there under the big lights on the big stage, it is a thrill. I mean, it's a little nerve-wracking, it's a thrill, and yes, it's fatiguing, but if you love it, why not?
And that love must be the fuel, because of course here in Tallinn, there isn't the same kind of audience that there would have been when he was performing in front of a sold-out arena in Milan. So I really admire him. And I think there's also a sense of responsibility for Yu Xiang as the only Olympian of the near 200 people competing here.
Yes, and you know, you have to admire this young man for his improvement over the years. There's no question. Commitment and pure passion to be on the ice and desire to be there. This is not necessary for his career, but he wants to be here, and it does help.
And as we look back at the triple axel, see perhaps, so it's given a Q rotation. This is the quad toe, which it was Q marked at the Olympic Winter Games. It's under rotated, I think, here, so a little less solid than he delivered. But the fact that he's going out at all, and what's amazing for Yu Xiang Li is that he is an absolute trailblazer for his nation in this sport. And it's great that he's had, you know, a recognition, as we see his almost Russian split type movement in front of the judging panel.
Right on music, by the way.
Yes. Hear the flip, but he has had recognition. As I mentioned in the short program a couple of days ago, he's an ambassador for Allianz Taiwan Life. He's getting recognition for what he's done, but he hasn't then let the Olympics be the end and then stopped, because he's come back out here. And maybe again, that's again a further sense of responsibility for the federation.
And yeah, the Olympic Games was not the end of his goal. It's participation in this sport. And you can see him here, whether it's Junior World Championship or the Olympic Games. He's doing it because he loves it. Pretty cool.
And then he explained that he's actually got not just Worlds, but his national championships is in April. So he can't just go 2 more weeks to Prague. He's then got to compete again. I said, oh, can you just, you know, dial it in for your nationals?
You know, some people see things differently. You know, it's fantastic. Well, his personal best score in the free program is 1:46.67. And a total competition score of 216.98. How close will he come to that? He earned that in Beijing and escaped to Milano. It's a 131.48. That is 6 in the free program. You can see deflating a little bit with that score with a 202.54. That'll put him for the moment at least into 3rd place. So look at your top 5 skaters so far in this competition. We are on group number 3 of 4. The leader still in the leader's chair.
Genrich trying to push back into the top 10.
Our next skater represents the United States of America. 17-year-old Lucius Kazanecki. He's had a great season, there's no question of that. Making the Junior Grand Prix final, you know, earning those medals on the Junior Grand Prix events themselves. He finds himself here representing his country at Junior Worlds.
And Lucius will skate his free skate to Adios Nonino by Astor Piazzolla, opening with quadruple toe, triple toe combination intended. America's Lucius Kazanecki does all he can to try and move into the top 10, finding himself in 11th place after this short program. Can't lip read what his thoughts are.
I shook the head, sort of like wasn't happy with that or made a mistake or not sure, because he certainly opened that program brilliantly.
Yeah, fantastic quad toe, triple toe. It was interesting to hear after the short program, Lucius just acknowledging as the American pair skaters, Jakob Galbavy and Regan Moss, cheer him on. The impact for he in the training environment where he's from, watching Ilya, the whole rink had got together to watch Ilya Malinin competing at the games, and how devastating and crushing it was for them to see him go through that. But equally, Lucius acknowledging probably whilst that was crushing, the inspiration that Ilya has subsequently offered and the things that he has said and the way he has conducted himself.
Yeah, perfect. And there's Ilya's dad here with Lucius, and a very strong technical skater. He's got some nice body lines, maybe a little slower to try to get the elements done on this day. Look at that opening quad toe. Absolutely picture perfect in the air. Straight, tight, strong, fast. Up into the triple toe loop. Great start. And that opens up with 15, almost 16 points on that first element.
Approval from Roman and the seal pop that he's carrying as we see the triple axel. And Lucius this season has showcased a consistency and a comfort with what he's doing.
Yeah, what's going to be interesting to see him develop, because, he has some nice body lines, a nice, very, very nice skate, a great technique on jumps and whatnot. Will we see some emotional connections, some storytelling, a little bit more wearing what's inside of him on the outside in his performance? That's his next stage, because when he adds that, he has everything else. When he adds that to it, it's going to really take off.
And I'm sure for Lucius, training in an environment where others can perform so many multiple quadruple jumps will be a great motivation over the season ahead. And whether or not he stays in junior or senior, he's in good hands with Roman and Tatiana.
Yeah, he's just 17, so, he certainly could spend, depending on the rest of the skaters in the United States. They've got lots of options, of course. Let's take a look at his scores. Personal best in the free program is a 153.72 this season. Let's take a look. It's a 144.47, so just about 10 points off his season's best. It's 219.36. That'll put him currently in the first place.
I love how Roman so casually holds the cuddly toy.
Yeah, exactly. He handles that seal. What's it called?
I think it's a seal.
It's a seal.
Pup, yeah.
I thought you had a name for it. Genrich is still in control of that leader's seat.
Oh, no, he's just dropped behind Lucius now.
Oh, he did.
And now we head to Denis Kruglov, a skater who has improved remarkably over the past season. 22nd at Junior World Championships in Hungary 12 months ago. And now a force to be reckoned with. He skates his free skate to the John Williams track 7 years in Tibet.
Well, Mark, representing Belgium, Dennis Krugolov, I have to say, like, okay, you erase from your mind that triple salchow at the end of the program. This young man has improved so much. It's really fun to see because we watched all these skaters, and when you see them rise, you always see them improve, but when you see them rise that much, that comfortable, that confident, and that consistent, minus the triple salchow, that's brilliant.
And interesting to hear Dennis just chatting after the short program about what is the secret that has changed, because a year ago it was all about just trying to make the free skate, whereas now there's a different expectation of this athlete. And he said that he's endeavoring to just enjoy this competition, and I think up to the last 10 seconds or so,
yeah,
he did.
Exactly. But he's kind of okay with that too. But it's also a good lesson when you feel you got everything under control. You never know, right? You don't want to be too protective, but you don't want to be too loose either. So
I think Dennis would, whilst we want to acknowledge the brilliance of the likes of this triple axel that opened the program, I think Dennis would also want us to just shout out to Leslie Stewart, who has been with them for so many seasons. And they train, I don't think he trains in an environment where there are lots of other skaters doing what he's doing, so the coach has to work so hard to motivate this kind of improvement as we see the triple lutz.
Well, they're
double
definitely
toe.
connected, you know, physically, emotionally, and all together on the same page.
And this, from a skating skills perspective, I think stronger than the leader, but whether or not that triple salchow will prevent Dennis from staying above Lucius Kazanecki, and we're starting to get into a kind of critical discussion point, because of course top 10 in the world has a big implication, not just for other skaters, well, for them, but yes, for other skaters, because it facilitates more participation in other events. Oh, don't want to look at that again. That was the last jump. Leslie's eyes. How interesting. That's so interesting, because Leslie there wasn't deflated. She just did all she could to just get him back on his feet, it seemed.
Well, it worked. He's in the kiss and cry, so we're good.
Yeah. Roman Gazav and Leslie Stewart.
Yeah, great job. And then his season's best in this program is 154.43. So looking to get a personal best here right now. And it's a 141.48. That is third in the free skate with a total competition score of 216.70. And that put Dennis Krugolov currently in a second place. And they look pretty pleased.
Accepting, yes.
Yeah. Our next skater represents the Republic of Korea. 16-year-old Haben Choi had a gold and silver on the Junior Grand Prix circuit, qualified for the final in Nagoya.
And Haben Choi will be, I'm sure, keen to move up from the 9th place that he finds himself in after this short program. He has a planned program content akin to what Genrik Gartung delivered, 2 quad lutzes, which will open the program as he skates to Dead Men Tell No Tales.
Pirates of the Caribbean.
Korea's Habentui completes a free skate that had many highs and lows throughout.
Yeah, and talking about physically demanding, that's just incredible. He's so quick off the ice into rotation. This is good. We saw 2 quad lutzes, of course. Triple axel's really nice. But the landing position's not, they're at a junior level because they're,
He's a junior.
well, first of all, they're off the quad lutz. So
Yeah,
let's give a bit of a
exactly.
break. But, stretched out a little bit more, things like that. But, man, it's really a physically demanding program.
I find it amusing and intriguing as Hyung Choi greets him off the ice, just the way in which Haven appears to disregard the aesthetics of so much of the transitional content and yet have the ability, because not just the jumps, like the final change foot combo spin had amazing stretch to it, but transitionally he doesn't access that as we look back at the quad loops yet.
Look at them just hang in the air up into the double axle after start. At the top of the program, he has that energy and explosiveness on the takeoff. See the second quad lutz, look at him and lift up into the air, bending forward on the landing a little bit. That's okay. Triple axle, great lift, and quick into rotation.
Yeah, and you can sense the skater's real passion for jumping. And jumping, so, I mean, if you haven't done a triple jump, it is so much fun. And you can sense his love for it. And when he is able to add to that from a PCS perspective, his scores will elevate ever further. You see the fatigue starting to set in at this point where the triple lutz obvious, and that's a absolute confirmation of fatigue was we see the triple flip, triple toe, because if a skater can do 2 quad lutzes and then mistakes on the triple lutz, that indication.
Yeah, it's when does your gas tank get down below half, and you're still trying to do those, accelerated jumps in the end of the program. It's a little bit of the challenge.
Picture paints 1,000 words. You can see the coaches almost in the hug that they shared saying, yep, good, and yes, could be better.
Yeah. And you can see what would make him smile. That perfect clean program, or is he a quiet soul at this stage? He's 16 years old, and sometimes some people are a little bit more reserved. But his thrill is in jumping, no question. Let's take a look at the free program scores. 148.58. That is first in the free program with a total competition score of 224.36 as he takes the lead.
The lead was the thing that
now we got
initiated
the head
the smile.
bobbing. Okay, he's good with that. Not a smile. Oh, there's a smile. Okay, we got it. Our next skater represents Switzerland, 18-year-old Ian Wheeler. Really lovely skater, had a good short program.
Very much so, and another skater that's made the seismic improvements, a bit like Dennis Kruglov. He was 24th last year, finding himself in 8th place now.
He'll open up with the triple axel, double toe combo.
Switzerland's Ian Wheeler struggles through the program, but in and amidst the mistakes that were made on the technical element scores, you were treated to some beautiful movement quality, gorgeous spread eagle, changing edge into Ina Bauer, beautiful choreo sequence, but unfortunately too many mistakes made on the technical element score to maintain, I suspect, that top 10 placement.
Yeah, you know, you can see the qualities in everything that this young man does, but it's more experience to deliver everything on at one time in a program. Now, you get a short program, that's fine, but the free program is different. It's completely different. It's physically demanding, of course, and he still has a lot of work to do on putting both sides of the scoring sheet together, the technical plus the PCs as well. However, all the skill is there.
Yeah, you couldn't really have two more stark contrasts from Haben Chui, who's just performed, to Ian Wheeler. There's such a refinement there in the movement quality, but the triple axel here, the step out there forces that negative grade of execution, and then unfortunately this second jumping pass, he was over-rotated, quite significantly over-rotated there.
He was really quick off the pick, but he was already on a lean on the takeoff, and that sort of just carried through to the rest as we see the flip up into the toe loop, or was that the second last?
Yep,
I'm not sure.
that was the flip. But to be respectful of Ian there, I have to admire the fact that the triple Lutz 2 double axel sequence, he rallied back after 2 falls.
Yes.
He did rally, but he doesn't have the starting point that the likes of Haben Chui have, because he doesn't have a quadruple jump. So the tech score that he's got isn't at the greatest elevation compared to others before. Then you add the mistakes in.
And you know, when you talk about rallying in a program, that is another skill that a skater can shut down the past and refocus on what's in front of them. That's beautiful. You can see some wonderful movements.
And you know, that's the movements that he does have, probably the most aesthetically pleasing skater that we may have seen thus far, and some would argue that that deserves more reward from the component scores, me being potentially one of them.
You don't give your opinion, do you?
Me? No.
Only off air.
Haben Chui, nice to see him smiling and supporting Ian Wheeler.
Let's take a look. Free program score, 122.14. That is 12th in the free program. Understandably, I suppose, with the mistakes, 198.91. Total competition score for an eighth place finish at this moment of the competition.
Well done, Haben Chui.
Our next skater represents New Zealand, 17-year-old Yan Hao Lee, and he's been working so hard. We saw beautiful quad in the warm-up, wonderful quality skater. We hope that he can deliver all that he's worked on over the past season.
Yeah, that quad in the warm-up was divine from Yan Hao Lee. That is the intended opening element for the New Zealand skater who will skate to prologue and I Dreamed a Dream.
And he'll follow that with 2 triple axels, 1 in combination. From New Zealand, Yan Hao Lee. Now, I don't know quite how to say this, but the mistakes that were early on in the program and his ability and determination, frustration, maybe he was even mad.
Yeah.
And his fight, the rest of the program was so inspiring and added to the build and the crescendo of the music. I know that's a bit weird. He's not getting the max points that he would have had to skate it clean, but it's still a powerful program.
Yeah, the combination of the challenges that he had and then battling back with that powerful, beautiful music.
Yeah.
It was really emotional, and you could sense a little bit of reaction in the arena from what Yan Hao Lee delivered. And I think, to me, the skater just has so much potential, and we rally behind all of the athletes, but particularly a sense of desire to see this skater do well because he represents so much for a nation that does not and has not had figure skating success on the elite stage, and so much for the combination of that coach and that skater.
And his head will be at what he missed. It won't recognize what he did after those misses, and that is as big as anything is what you're going to take out of here and learn. He is a very dynamic skater. He will command, he does command, he did command our attention. There's the quad toe at the end, on the heel, hard fall, start the program, getting shaken up. What did he do? He came back here with a single axle. Okay, now I got to cope with two things that I'm disappointed in. Two big things, two big point loss, but comes back, gets the triple axle done. Now he's a little bit more on track, but he's still got a lot to do here. A lot of physicality. Look at that back layback. Really one of the nicest there is.
Oh, and then followed up by the Beelman. And I love the reach back of his triple loops. Great length through that and the subsequent triple toe loop. Great outside edge takeoff. No question mark about the entry edge.
And Mark, no question that had this program been absolutely clean, it would have been that much more powerful. I'm not saying that the mistakes, but it fueled him. It got him angry. And then he skated at a level really was the highest level of intensity, which was wonderful.
And interestingly, he's such an elegant and refined skater, and in the last three elements, he lost the elegance and refinement and just reckless abandon, but it worked with the music.
It worked. Well, young man, look at what you did do, recognize what you didn't do, work on that, but you're a terrific skater. Still work to be done, as with everyone. It's a long journey. 140.40, it's a season's best. That's fifth in the free program for Yan Hao Lee. Total competition score, 217.58, another season's best. That'll put him, for the moment at least, into third place.
I can see a 160 for the skater in that program because of the potential that's with it in it, and I just hope this doesn't make him more despondent.
No, I think it'll make him more mad.
Channel that madness.
Yeah, absolutely. Channel that energy. There's a look at the standings so far, with one group to come.
And so, dependent upon what is to come, then the top 10 likely to be rounded out with Dennis Kruglov currently in fourth place. We assume that the top 6 left to skate will fill those top 10 places.
And you can't expect people that know skating, people that don't know skating, everyone to skate perfect. Otherwise, it would be too easy, right? You're going to have mistakes, you're going to have reactions, you're going to have emotion, and that's what we're seeing here. What we also saw very vividly at Olympics.
And you know, Michał Szajdarov, the Olympic champion, hadn't had an easy season, and it came wonderfully good for him at the greatest stage of all. And yet there was a skater that had been undefeated for a long time that then had the reverse of that. So that's not ideal. We want everybody to skate well. What it does do is give a reality check and a perspective check for these athletes, which hopefully won't make them sit in the frustration too long in recognizing that it's just an aspect of the sport.
And it shows everyone in the world, skaters, coaches, family, and fans, how difficult the sport is.
So now
our final warm-up of the day, Mark.
And interestingly, within this group, 10 points separate the 6th place skater Jikun Lee from the leader Reo Nakata. But within the planned program content of these skaters, the technical element score could be incredibly variable dependent upon the number of quads that will be delivered. And that's an interesting discussion point because you question, when you look at Jacob Sanchez and perhaps Mickey So and some of the other athletes, how they will approach what's to come. Will they risk more or play safe effectively?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, no question. And we've seen, of course, through the Olympic Games that a lot can happen. But if you're going to try to win, you've got to try to do everything you've been trained to do.
And for Jacob Sanchez on screen now, he finds himself obviously in 5th place after the short program, but literally half a point off of the bronze medal. And so he does not have the fortune of being able to see what others do.
Yeah.
To decide perhaps how much he risks within the
change
context.
your strategy, yeah. But I wonder, I don't know, on juniors, how many coaches would actually have a junior change the strategy, because it's too hard to change the mind that's been trained one way. And it's something you don't want to do even at Olympics, but you have more experience at that point to make an adjustment if you had to.
Well, casting our minds back through this competition already, David Bondar said after the short program a couple of days ago he would do quad toe, and yet this morning after practice it was decided to just do a triple flip instead. Certainly a skater that we know that has been very variable in the past is Rio Nakata, who has chopped and changed some of his planned program content up until the last gasp, and interesting kind of tactical insight to see the mental approach of the athletes. And some of the skaters, particularly those that have a kind of left logical brain, can be calculating even mid-performance what is necessary. Now, a year ago in Hungary, it was Rio Nakata who took the title from Miki So, and then we had Adam Hagara was the bronze medalist. He's gone on to be a senior and a stunt double in the Nepla film.
What?
Really? Yeah, there's a film following or detailing the life of Ondrej Nepla, the Slovakian Olympic champion.
There you go.
And Adam Hagara did the skating for that film. So
nice.
Great to see that this season, not just the glitter and gold that's followed skating,
right.
But there's a lot of focus on the sport.
There's a lot more interest in some documentaries and shows around. There's a popular skating show in North America on Netflix that's been renewed for a second season, and some other documentaries coming up. So the interest in following the people and the drama and the difficulties and the successes, the joys, all those things of life through the eyes and feelings of a skater.
There is Rio Nakata, and as I mentioned on Wednesday at the short program, that Rio Nakata took to his social media at the start of the year saying that he wanted to have no regrets this season, and Rio was wonderfully vocal about what he wants to do. I remember last season he was saying he wants to be undefeated. He's not scared to...
And he said that at the top of the season. That was
put his neck on the line and say stuff.
But, I think, let's talk about that skating last thing. Being the leader, as we see Rio, who will skate last in this free program. You have to get off the ice and wait for 40 minutes or so, take your skates off, think about it. He's not having a great warm-up. We've seen some mistakes already. So will that pressure be on, and how does he handle that? So, but he has a lot of experience, and so does his dad, his coach. But that weight is a challenge.
Yeah, and we've often discussed in the women's event Mao Shimada and her continued resilience in returning to the junior ranks. It's just so interesting to see these two athletes, Miki So and Rio Nakata, now continually battling in their third consecutive Junior World Championships, consuming the top 2 spots for the last 2 years. Will they again do the same as we see the support for Rio? It does appear like there's a little more fanship for Rio Nakata than Miki So, but we'll soon see.
Now we're starting to see some nice quads materialize on the ice.
Dea Ebahara supported here too.
It is remarkable, because I've done this for so many years now, that to see when I'm watching in this group and the last 3 or 4 groups even, the quality of skating, how it has progressed so quickly.
And we've had such varying different approaches from the leader Haben Choi, who had that technical element score prowess, to the likes of Jan Hao Lee or Ian Wheeler, who have skating skill quality. This final group will be an embodiment, hopefully, of those 2 scores.
they step off the ice and take their time and wait for their performance. Our first skater in the final group of the men's event, representing the Republic of Korea, 18-year-old Jae-Kyun Lee, another possible challenger for the podium, and he will start with a quad toe followed by a triple axel, triple toe mark.
And Jae-Kyun just over 2 points adrift of the bronze medal, so not completely out of the question as he skates to Archangel. Jae-Kyun Lee from Korea has done all he can to try to stay above Haben Choi, his compatriot.
But that single axel and the question of the triple Lutz, whether it's right now in as a fall, they will review that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, interesting to see whether
because that'll be a big difference.
It will be, and just comparing the technical element score, Haben Choi had 79 points. Jae-Kyun Lee currently coming in at 70 points, so he's far adrift technically. This a better program component score skater, but it's going to be tight now. He needs 145.1 to stay ahead of Haben Choi. His personal best is a 146, and this not the personal best skate for Jacqueline Lee.
Yep. Here's a look at the opening quad toe loop. Gets that free leg back right away, landed on the quarter. So not full points for that. The triple axel up into the triple toe loop. Okay, and that element gathered almost 14 points.
And as ever the case, there we see the camel variation with the donut spin. The men's event tumultuous in the result. Triple Lutz forced to step out. It's a tough call. It's not gone in as a ball.
No, it's not gone in. They took that ball
changed.
away. Okay, good for that because the feet were underneath them.
It's such a tight competition between these Korean skaters. And Jae-Kun Lee was 6th 2 years ago, dropped outside of the top 10 last year, hoping to stay within that positioning. Finding himself obviously in 6th place after the short program.
It looks like he's not going to have enough. Climb up over his teammate.
How far will
that's the other
drop?
question. Yeah, exactly.
1:45 to lead, 1:40 for second, 1:38.32 for third.
And he knows it wasn't his best program. He just doesn't know what points are applied to it. 138.93. That's 6th in the free program with a total competition score 218.20. That will put him for the moment into 3rd place. So the podium out of reach probably. He's in 3rd now, but there are some very good skaters yet to come, of course. Our next skater represents the United States of America, 18-year-old Jacob Sanchez.
And there were some amazing scenes for Jacob Sanchez at the US National Championships when he competed in the senior category in the pewter position, 4th at that event, hoping to replicate the quality of that free skate now, back competing on the junior circuit. He skates to the combination of Mercy Duet, Mercy, Voiceless, and Refuge. Jacob Sanchez from the United States of America. A skater looking suitably exhausted. Another of the athletes is doubling up on senior circuit. He's the alternate for the Olympic winter team for the United States of America, based on the success that he's had at domestic events as well.
And, you know, last year being fourth in the Junior World Championships, and coming back into this event, strong skater. Had a couple of mistakes here, and, you know, you can see his commitment to the storytelling and to that music. That's there, no question. They're working on that. We're starting to see that evolve, but the sport part of this, a couple of mistakes here, still a great skate. Great skater.
Much appreciation there is. Either appreciation and respect for his coach, or just exhaustion to fall into the arms of Oleg Makarov.
And there's the triple axel to start the program. Looking at starting to lean forward, but gets enough of that free leg back to get up into the triple toe loop. It wasn't incredible flow through it, but he managed it. Look at the lean forward on the second triple axel, glides out on the landing, triple lutz, lifts up in the air beautifully. It was a nice riding edge on that land.
Yeah, and Jacob was working, I think, on Quad Salco this morning, obviously mindful of what needs to be added to his repertoire moving forward. He's such a great ambassador, and in and around this venue, just oozes a compassion to the other skaters.
Let's not talk about the skater for a second. This person is fantastic, as all the skaters are, really. He's such a wonderful young gentleman, and of course we know about his contributions and his efforts to help the communities.
Yep. As you mentioned, proud ambassador, he's a Latino man for diversity on ice. And just an ambassador for being an all-round good competitor, good guy to have in the changing room, supportive of others. So a quadless content, but enough probably to maintain the lead. Can he close in on a position of a medal, one spot above what he did last year?
161.18, so this is 20 points shy of his personal best, or almost 148.07. That's second in the free program with a 229.10 total competition score, as he takes the lead by about 5 points. With 4 skaters to come. Our next competitor represents Japan, 16-year-old Taiga Nishino.
And Taiga will use the music that Mickey So used in the short program. It will be Moonlight Sonata for the 16-year-old.
Well, you can see the fist pumps at the end of this program for Taiga Nishino. Mark, mission accomplished. Tell us why.
Well, this is a skater who set some very clear goals as Jacob Sanchez gives him the thumbs up. Taiga Nishino explained he wanted to achieve an 80-point scoring short program. Done. He said that in the free skate, he wants to stand 2 quads and be able to do the axle cleanly. Also done. Mission accomplished. And he just acknowledging how much he is prepared and built up for this competition. Everybody prepares, but this was a great example of preparation meeting opportunity.
And I want to say that, I mentioned this, off air, but every time we go to the Junior Grand Prix, the Japanese teams come maybe a day earlier, they get their own ice. And they always step on the ice right away and they warm up. Then they do their run through. They don't walk through it. They don't hesitate. They do the run through. It seems to me when we watch these athletes that the run through is just something they do absolutely every day, maybe twice a day. I don't know.
Well,
so there's no fear. There's complete conditioning.
And the great Frank Carroll from America always said this, it's not rocket science, get the run-throughs done and the result will come. There, the quad toe, the first of the two. This Salco, a little less quality than the first, but objective accomplished. And after the Junior Grand Prix finals, we see this triple axel. Taiga had explained how frustrated and disappointed he was, and that pushed him to practice even harder.
Yeah. There's a triple Lutz later in the program. Gets the free leg back up into the triple toe loop. This young man was determined. They weren't all perfectly clean, swish, tidy jumps, but they were worked through, and he gathers the points for them. And even though he has a few in the minus few, he's really only one, I think. Yeah.
I mean, for me, with Taiga Nishino, we have seen skaters in this field at the Junior World Championships 2026 that have better jump technique, perhaps. We've seen skaters that have better quality in the component scores, but this was the best delivery in the moment. The judges don't judge the potential, they judge the reality of what is delivered.
Totally true. Great job, young man. Fierce competitor. And we'll see what the score is. Your season's best score is 157.53.
Well done, Misao Sato, the coach and choreographer.
And this is a 160.09. It's a season's best. That's first in the free program. Total competition score, 241.23. Season's best for the competition. He's in first. And there are 2 to come. He's on the podium.
Every emotion.
Maybe mission 2 accomplished. We'll see what color that medal will be. Our next skater represents Japan as well. Daya Abahara.
And Daya, in his Junior World debut as well, he may have just heard what has happened for his friends and compatriot Taiga Nishino. Now it's his turn to deliver when it counts. Just 1 quad planned for Daya, and that will open the program. Japan's Dea Ebahara knows that what just took place over the past 3.5 minutes will not be enough for this young skater to maintain the bronze medal position that he found himself entering into the free skate. And he was only 0.4 of a point above Taiga Nishino, and the first two jumping passes, a little similar to what happened for Yan Hao Lee, a fall in the opening quad and then a popped triple axel. Such costly mistakes that now make it impossible for him to take a medal realistically, although we still have 2 skaters to go.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, the quality, you know, the energy that he had even at the end of the program, is disappointing as he is coming off the ice. He's in shape. There's no question.
The run-throughs were definitely done. It was perhaps a lack of confidence. Or
well, I think once you
pressure.
miss, you know, some people react differently. We saw that with Yan Hao. Those 2 misses made him determined and maybe a little mad, and he fought back. In this case, the fight back, he did fight back, but it wasn't 100% successful.
And you can see down, so just the timing not right, because that was a downgraded quadruple toe loop. What I've got to say as we see this pop in the axle is that as Dea Ebahara was skating, Taiga Nishino, who sits in the leader's chair that we can spy from our viewing point, was willing his friend on. And yesterday, on the day off between competition, these 3 Japanese men in this event were around the building together. They are friends, they are comrades in arms, and Taiga doing all he could to help his friend. We see that second triple axel more successful than the first.
That's one of the wonderful things about figure skating is an individual sport. You're not on the ice with your competitor, you're on the ice by yourself. And you just compete against yourself, and you hope that it's enough to win or to grab a medal, but it's not against another person. And they keep their camaraderie very tight.
And I'm sure, you know, of course Taiga wants to move above Dea Ebahara, but he didn't want to see his friend struggle in the way that he did.
That's right.
And so now, for Daya, he just needs to wait to see now the implications of the tech score mistakes, because there are further consequences when mistakes and falls happen on the program component scores. And Daya Ebahara and his coach will know only too well the repercussions.
135.41 is his season's best in the free program. This is a 135.99. It is the season's best, but it is 10th in the free program. Competition score of 217.52. That's also a new season's best, but that puts him overall into 7th. And now there are 2.
And
our next, go ahead.
Well, both of the 2 remaining competitors have had this title of Junior World Champion in the past, but Minkiso has had to lose that title last year. Can he usurp Ryo Nakata to come?
And put the pressure on with a clean skate right now.
Minkyuso banking on all of his experience to rally back from that difficult fall, and looks like he's limping slightly, and no wonder after the quad salto that opened the program. This is a skater that changed his skates not long ago. He was running the risk of the previous skates breaking down, wanted to avoid coming to the Junior World Championships with boots that didn't have the support necessary, but then challenged to break in new skates in time and feel comfortable, and he did acknowledge he's not feeling totally at one with the boots.
And that is one of those things that happens to a skater, and you just worry that, oh my gosh, can I keep it long enough? Do I need to change new? And when you get closer into the competitive season, it's always a challenge. And it's never a guarantee that the next set of boots you get are going to be comfortable. They can be really uncomfortable, or how the blade is set. So, you know, it's really risky to change your boots late in the season. And
that is something that, you know, we as skaters can recognize only too well. That isn't an excuse, that's a reality of.
Yeah.
And he didn't have much longer to wait. The season is nearing its conclusion. This is the Junior World Championships, but didn't want to risk a breakdown of the boots, whereby he didn't have the support necessary to land the triple axels in the quads. Here's the quad salto.
Huge speed going in. Looked good in the air. Oh, wow, that's like way under rotated. Wow, that's a surprise with that big of a quad.
Yeah.
A little too close to the board.
I was just going to say, risking it.
He might have bailed out a little early because of you can see the boards coming up.
Didn't we?
Go ahead.
Didn't we see a similar kind of situation happening at Olympic Winter Games with other athletes from the same nation? It's the risk of skating with such wonderful speed. But what Minkyuso does have is he does have an openness of body movement that will help him on a component's perspective against Taiga Nishino.
That's amazing.
Commitment.
And although it might look simple, first of all, hurt your knees. Second of all, it is a bit risky. It's not an element. It's a transition. There's triple axel a little bit later in the program. There's the triple flip. Gets a free leg back. Good ice coverage up into the double axel. So not just around a corner, he's covering ice.
And for Minkyuso, he's eager to move into the senior ranks. Obviously, he's somewhat a veteran of the junior competition, and maybe like compatriot Jia Shin, he'll transcend into seniors smoothly and effortlessly.
Well, his best is 171.09. He's not going to reach that score here now. Will it be enough to take the lead? A 157.58. That is second in the free program, with a total competition score that is 243.91. As he takes the lead, he has at least the silver in his hands with one skater to come. There he is, last year's World Junior Champion from Japan, Ryo Nakata.
And he posted a new world record in the short program 2 days ago. He doesn't need to risk too much seeing what has happened before him. He does intend on his planned program content to have 3 quadruple jumps. Whether he does them or not remains to be seen.
Well, mission accomplished for Ryo Nakata, no question. Determined final skater. He'd seen mistakes before, so did he need to do everything? No, not necessarily to win, but he was determined to deliver what he had trained for.
And we've seen Ryo Nakata in the past show some vulnerability, completely understandably, but this performance appeared to be one of attack and one of conviction to deliver a convincing win.
And one to prove that he is as good as we all think he is. He's wanting to be consistent on the big stage on a regular basis.
Yeah, so true. And he did break, as we mentioned, the World Junior record in the short program. The World Junior record in the free skate from the great Ilya Malinin of 187.12 from the 2022 Junior Worlds. Ryo won't do that on this occasion because he didn't have the same kind of difficulty as Ilya Malinin did to post that kind of score. But nevertheless, Ryo Nakata cementing himself as a contender to come when he enters into the senior ranks next season.
Absolutely. He sent a message to the seniors.
Amazing quality.
Oh, look at that. That was just one of the best quad Salchows we've seen in junior ever. 14 points off that first element because he had a GOE of 4.30.
And that kind of GOE, that makes it almost maximum grade of execution. There will be judges on the panel that will have given that a perfect grade of execution.
But we had said that here.
It was glorious. And where he may fall short of what Ilya did to secure the highest ever score in a free skate for a junior man in technical element score, I think Ryo Nakata at this stage comparably is stronger in the program components than Ilya was en route to his junior world title in 2022. And it's important to acknowledge Ryo has landed quad flip in practice. I've seen quad loop in practice as well, and he said in his New Year statement he wants a quad axel this year, so he knows what will be necessary to make him competitive when he goes up against the likes of the great Ilya Malinin next season.
Well, you see how Ilya has inspired others to chase him. Not a bad thing for the sport.
Yeah, not at all. Now, we often reference personal best, knowing that there may be different domestic scores for the skaters, but certainly from an international skating union personal best record, Ryo Nakata's highest was achieved of a 163.22, as Minky saw.
Yeah, he's going to destroy that number with this program, I think. And that GOE of the quad Salchows, really, I've never seen that in juniors.
Oh, and at this,
any element.
Grayson Long, who is great friend of Ryo Nakata, who unfortunately was injured and can't compete here. So we heard from Grayson just to explain how.
Grayson, we're thinking of you.
Yeah,
he was injured, and couldn't make it. You're a great skater. It made great improvement. You have a great friend right there in the kiss and cry, and he thought of you at this moment. That's special.
Makoto Nakata, his father.
Father and son, what a cool journey. 178.96, season's best, first of course, total competition score, 268.47, another season's best. This is the two-time junior world champion.
And two-time junior world champion, something that few others have done. I think Adam Rippon is the other to do that, but certainly he puts himself in illustrious company on taking the title.
And you can see he's emotional because this is not an expectation. He didn't think he owns this. He knew he had to earn it.
And even before the short program, he said he was almost in tears before the short program with the feeling of the pressure that he had put on himself. So the emotions were having to be kept at bay, and now they can be released as he can see the appreciation shown towards him. And obviously a fan of
baseball. Oh, that's cool. And some tears forming in the eyes of the Japanese fans around the building. For him, for their country, for the success they've had this year on the world stage.
Interesting, a 25-point margin that Ryo has above the rest of the field.
And there's a look at the final standings in the men's event here, the 2026 Junior World Championships in Tallinn.
A valiant effort from Genrik Garting from Germany to try to climb back into the top 10, but He has to settle for 11th as we see the standings lower down.
Wow, it was amazing. We talked a little bit as they set up, and I think we'll get an interview with Rio in just a moment, but as they set up the podium.
Here the world junior champion in men's single skating.
And we'll step aside while we hear this.
Congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
I'm so relieved and I'm so happy right now.
Do you already know how you will celebrate the victory tonight?
I just want to go home and play a game and see my family and see my friends.
Applause. But how much did the energy from the audience help you tonight?
It helped me a lot and it was so amazing to skate here. I love the crowd here. Thank you.
Did you get inspiration from Olympics as well? Because I heard you were a spectator there.
Yes, it was a lot of inspirations. It was a really good experience to watch it and I learned a lot from that.
All right, congratulations again, and let's make one more big applause for the winner.
Thank you so much.
You know, you have to love his skating, but you have to love his soul as well. He's gracious, and he's has friends around, and he recognizes them. We saw that in that picture. And he cares about people, and he's emotional about his, about his achievement here. It's very special. And of course, he shares it with his dad. His mom is here as well. I think his brother perhaps as well.
Yeah, there's a mini Nakata as well. There's another one in the wings that's competing too. So more to come from that family.
Yeah, exactly. So we take a look at the top three, Mark.
Taiga Nishino, what a wonderful skate he had. He and Rio, the only to skate cleanly. He also delivering 2 quadruple jumps, taking the bronze medal in his debut at Junior Worlds, joining his friend on the podium. It was such a close event after the short program. Taiga Nishino,
so determined throughout his program. He had to fight for those landings. You can see some snow coming up, but you can see on the final fist pump his joy.
And there, the 2-time silver medalist at the Junior World Championships, Minkyu So. It was the opening quad sako which prevented him from maintaining competitivity really against Rio Nakata, but after the early disappointment, he was able to bank upon all of his experience and showcasing really that the remaining triple jumps, double axels as we see there, are of a comfort and ease to this athlete, who will hopefully in the subsequent season add more quadruple jumps to his content. Speaking of quadruple jumps, it was Rio Nakata who delivered the best of them all. Quad toe, triple toe, and also a quadruple sako that was nothing short of sublime.
And skating last, having to wait after that warm up all the way. And I don't think he thought of his competitors at all at that time. I think he was completely focused on doing everything that he could to come off that ice proud of what he's achieved. And now he has the gold medal to go along with this achievement.
And I remember him saying that previously when he's done a fist pump, his family or coaches have said, no, you should reserve that. It's nice to see it in a way that he's allowing himself to celebrate on the ice, keeping it real.
Completely focused, and he's always been a very talented skater, but he's had those performances that just fell apart, but he's learned from those and he knows how to keep it under control much better. It's not that he won't make mistakes moving forward, but he's in much more control. Look at that, there they are.
And great to see Dea Ebahara and Jacob Sanchez as well. How wonderful. Minkyu So joining this congratulations between so many of the competitors.
This is a great sport to be in, because it's a great sport on the ice, but it's a great community off the ice. Oh, that's pretty special. We're gonna stay on, of course, for you to watch the medal presentations, but we'll step aside tomorrow. We hope that you'll join us for the free dance that'll start around 11:15 tomorrow morning, local time here, and then we'll move on to the final event, the women's free program, and that will be exciting. You won't want to miss it. For all of us here in the ISU, I'm Ted Bard along with Mark Hanratty. Thank you for watching. Good night, everyone.
isu ilusutamise juunioride maailmameistrivõistlused 2026. Auhinnatseremoonia, juuniorid, mehed.
ICU Figure Skating Junior World Championships 2026 Victory Ceremony Junior Men. Third, and winner of the bronze medal from Japan, Taida Nishino.
Teine koht ja hõbemedali võitja.
Second, and winner of the silver medal from the Republic of Korea, Min-Kyu Seo.
Esimene koht ja juunioride maailmameister 2026.
First, and world junior champion for 2026, from Japan, Ryo Nakata.
Palun tervitada rahvusvahelise uisuliidu esindajat.
Please welcome the ICU representative, Benoit Lavoie.
Tema annab üle medalid.
He will award the medals.
Palume tervitada Eesti Olümpiakomitee asepresidenti ja 2008. aasta olümpiavõitjat.
Please welcome the Vice President of the Estonian Olympic Committee and Olympic champion 2008, Gerd Kante.
Tema annab üle lilled.
He will award the flowers.
Daamid ja härrad, kui teil on võimalik, palun võitja riigihümni ajaks püsti tõusta.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please stand for the national anthem of the winner.
daamid ja härrad, teie ees on tänased medalivõitjad.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are your medalists.
We're
armsad pealtvaatajad, suured tänud teile kaasa.